MKI Beats. MKI Beats. MKI Beats. MKI Beats. MKI Beats. McKay 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 Beats.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the final day of Blackathon 2021. We are here with our participants, and we are so excited to see their projects. They've done some really amazing things over the course of the weekend, and I am just very excited to have them present. And I'm going to hand it back over to Dave.
Yeah, so what you guys can expect, each team is going to present their projects, and they're going to present it to you guys. We have judges here on the call now, and what they're going to do is they're going to judge based on 5 different criteria, and then the teams with the highest scores will win, and we'll announce those winners later today. So, first team we have up is Marvin's team presenting Tribe. So, handing it off to you, Marvin.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning, founding fathers. Good morning, judges. Good morning, colleagues. And good morning, distinguished guests. My name is Marvin Tikio, and today, Sabir Mohammed and I are going to give you a rundown of our product roadmap for our product called Tribe. Just give you a little agenda of how we're going to run this down. We're going to speak on our product overview, the competition that we're going to go into, and how we plan on targeting our market and executing our plan. So a little bit about Tribe. Tribe is going to be a hub for Black parents who seek advice on creating a safe environment for their children on the internet, assisting parents who are seeking positive and educational music, movies, books, literature, and whatnot for their kids. We plan on providing a financial guide to independence to parents so that they can execute that plan and also pass it on to their kids. We also plan on providing a safe space for crowdsourcing, community-driven cultural and economical development. Therefore, given the rundown of Tribe, we plan on our value proposition for this product to be invested in the people. This app will solve the problem of organization and information in the Black community and greater diaspora. The features that we're including in this app will also allow parents to pool resources financially and informationally in order to support social causes and support their kids' education. Hence, we plan on allowing users to find information in empowering music, literature, and knowledge for their kids. The targeted audience for our app will be lower customers of lower income families and especially minorities and people of color. Our app will be structured and developed in various hubs, which are going to add, and we're going to add new features as time moves forward. Each feature will provide solutions to better impact the Black community. This app will have policies set to restrict users from abusing each other verbally, such as you see it on such as you see on apps like Twitter, or posting negative or forced content. Hence, the only sure infrastructure that we're sure to implement with this product is a backend AI to filter malicious user content. The app is also going to include a backend querying database, which is going to be used to better understand what the users need from our application. Our value proposition for this app is we wanted the application to be beneficial to a user such that it's easy to use, easy to sync, and easy and fast to use as well. We want the user to experience everything everywhere. We want them to never forget, and we want our application to act as an external brain. We want our users to remember everything that they learn or every knowledge that they obtain from our application. We want the features to be synced across devices. We want it to include a lot of images and be rich with a lot of metadata. We also want this product to be very interactive. What customers want are fast riches. They want what social media already shows them. They want comfort. What customers fear is they fear to not having what they see, and they fear not accomplishing their purpose in life. And what customers need is what Tribe is going to provide to them: a crowdsourced, a financial guide, and abundance knowledge, and an abundance of knowledge such that they can achieve their goals and purpose in life. We did some Tribe research, and it turns out that in 2020, the average person spends about a quarter of their day on social media. We also found out that an early exposure to explicit content on the internet puts a child at a higher risk of becoming a victim of child abuse or becoming the child abuser amongst their peers. Our competition with this application will be social media such as Instagram, Twitter, TikToks, and Clubhouse.
All right, moving forward, we talk a little bit about our competition and the wants and needs of our user base, along with social media versus knowledge media. And moving forward, we're going to talk a bit about our SWOT analysis. And SWOT is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So Tribe will help to raise awareness and strive to help people unite and see the purpose of their life. It may seem boring to those who, in a way have been kind of brainwashed by the things they see on social media. But Tribe will give users the knowledge to make smarter decisions financially, economically, and culturally. And it will strive to, it will be a threat to those, who are working to keep the human vibrational state of being down. So that's like in terms of economic development. So moving forward with our marketing plan, our plans to go into market, talking a bit about our product pricing, marketing plan, and product launch plan. We're going to talk a bit about our price realization. So Tribe is planning on being 100% free, but the customer value will be limitless. So it's limitless customer value as we continue to develop features for this application. We're targeting minority living areas, but we're also targeting using the internet to target global areas so we can reach the greater diaspora all over, but focusing on, Black people. And we're planning on promoting this via Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, TikTok, and Snapchat. Moving forward into the bit about the application will be split into 4 major hubs. So the first hub is the safe space recommendation system. And what this hub will allow the users to do, it will recommend empowering media that informs parents on malicious websites, content, and raises awareness. The guide to financial independence will be the second hub that will allow users a resource and parents to apply themselves and learn about financial tools related to investment and retirement as well. The community-driven crowdsourcing hub will allow users to support and fund causes related to cultural and economic development from other users, and it will highlight these user inputted goals and projects. And this includes like business openings to music videos, whatever the user desires. The entertainment hub will be where these recommendations from the safe space system is hosted, allowing users to view these things. Moving forward, in terms of our development, we're going to start with the first is the backend and front-end development, and that's our framework. During this period of development, we're going to focus on finding the minimum viable product and collecting data for the application. After we finish the development of the application, we're going to include implementations to improve the user experience. And our goal is, of course, user accessibility. So we're going to plan on making this app available for Android and iOS app stores. Moving to the next slide, here's a bit about our timeline. So the development of this application would begin in the first quarter of 2022 and hopefully launch in the fourth quarter of 2022, where we'll launch on all markets. And the goal is to have at least 1 million active subscribers and users. So our end goal is to provide knowledge and a safe place for minorities and lower income families such that they can improve their health, decision making, and their standard of living, and to promote like community-driven cultural and economic causes as well. And with that being said, we would like to thank thank the hosts for giving us this opportunity. And if there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Judges, if you have questions at this time, please feel free to ask. We will probably limit it to about 2 questions if there are any.
There's no questions. Huh?
Amazing.
I guess I do have a question. I'm just wondering if this is going to be free. How you guys are going to fund the development?
So we did think about that, and I'm sure he mentioned that we're going to be accepting charitable donations. This is a very powerful app, given that it's very well needed in the Black community, given most people don't even have, they're not as focused as they need to be. And I feel as though if we do implement this, we're definitely going to receive a good amount of charitable donations that are going to keep the app running. But we definitely want to make it free so that it doesn't, it doesn't limit somebody from accessing or or it doesn't give anybody a reason to not be successful. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I definitely like the part of it being free, because I think, especially if we're thinking about Black communalism, I think it makes sense, like you said, to be able to allow like Black parents and like just Black everybody and like anybody else who wants to use the app, like other minorities, I guess, to be able to access it, right? Because online content moderation is kind of very important right now, especially with like you said, harassment and making sure that children see the appropriate content. But yeah, so thank you so much to Team Tribe for their presentation. We would so if there's a team who wants to volunteer to go next, that's fine. If somebody's very passionate, Edward, would you like to go next? I see you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, I'd like to go next.
Awesome. Okay, so now we are presenting Edward, Oyalabi, and Victor's team.
All right. Thank you. All right. So today I want to talk about utility breakdown forecasting, or another way to phrase it, utility outage forecasting. To start off, we're going to go and talk about really 2 types of solutions that can be embedded into solving this problem, or at least exposing some of the failings that can be more easily detectable. First, I want to talk about a data visualization dashboard, something that's actually been very successful and useful with COVID Act Now, and I'll display what the dashboard more or less looks like. And then another aspect, which is more or less based off of outage forecasting modeling. How do we actually look towards, or how can we at least position ourselves towards being able to potentially detect these types of situations given the nuances that we would typically see within each individual communities and how things can be overall affected at the aggregate level. And then, of course, what we all really care about is how is this going to be beneficial? How is this going to be something that could be truly used by really person of color communities and how that could really truly help? And so first is this data visualization dashboard. So this could be broken down into really a couple different ways, but primarily you can have a geo-based dashboard where you can almost essentially get the map of a geographical region. And I'll show an example of what that could look like in a moment. But essentially you can have a dashboard that's very similar to where you can have, for example, the dashboard of the United States, and you can break it down either at state or county level. And then there, what you can do, you actually can display certain numbers based off of total maybe aggregate outages per week, per county / region. You can add as a time series, you got a little slider to move back and forth. You can even represent, before you have access to this level of data, the percentage of homes that are experiencing these outages per week, per county as a time series. And then other additional information that could be useful for really helping understand maybe the ongoing issues that we see. Could be average population sizes, could be average temperature per week. And we saw this really as a useful indicator for what was going on in Texas, along with a few other policies that affected more or less how they experience these outages in some areas. And so we can actually look into some of this information. It can be really helpful and useful overall. Now, let's just show briefly what a data visualization dashboard can look like. I mentioned COVID Act Now, and more or less the idea I'm getting is really coming from how they are managing their process of showing case counts of COVID across the United States, and where they parse information from different websites and they represent it here to show more or less how things are broken down from a risk level across the different states. And then naturally you can look at different counties as well. So this is more or less what it can look like overall, depending on the overall final metric chosen. Number of outages might be something more advantageous. It's easier to more or less look at over time, but we want to be able to be flexible given different metrics that we care about. And then the next thing is the outage forecasting model. And so this could really be, there's about 3 different options we can follow through. You could generate probabilities based off of previous outages in the past, project number of outages based off of previous behavior, project the percentage of an outage of the entire county or region. And this could be based either on aggregates or data or date level occurrences. Now, how can we represent this? How can any of this be useful overall? Firstly, every problem that exists in the energy area, really any problem that we kind of experience overall, is normally magnified within Black communities, normally magnified within person of color communities, just due to lack of funding and in systematic racism at times. There could be applications that could be built. I've built applications in the past along with other team members that actually be useful. There's resources that are there that can kind of keep things free. And so this could be really made available to the general public, just as what COVID Act Now has been able to do. Parse different resources, make the website free. You don't have to pay anything to understand where we are with the pandemic. And as I mentioned, it's also very similar to all the COVID Act Now dashboards. And so this is being able to forecast these type of outages, whether electric or maybe water overall, can really be helpful and useful for communities that suffer with these. And that's it. Does anyone have any questions, comments?
I'll go if nobody has questions. So I wanted to know, okay, so I'm curious about the forecasting bit. So for the forecasting bit, you said that you were interested, and this is mostly a clarification question, but you said you were interested in like using statistics for the forecasting bit. Yeah, and maybe like, I guess, a linear regression or something to that effect.
Yeah, so something similar to that effect. There's, we're at a point within technology, within, AI and data, that you can use, not just linear regressions or other types of time series models that are more legacy, but you can even go even further beyond that, and be able to use. I mean, if companies can use this to predict whether you like these pair of jeans or not, I'm very sure that we can start using these more complicated methods for, this level or this type of forecasting, which actually has more of a humanitarian benefit.
Awesome. Thank you.
So I have a question, wanting a little bit of clarification, I guess, on what are some specific ways that you envision people being able to take advantage of the ability to predict an outage?
Well, this could be, and thank you for the question. Actually, it's a very good question. And so typically, a lot of times, we look at, say, the weatherman, so to speak. We look at more or less those type of forecastings to kind of plan out our day. If we see that it's going to rain tomorrow, we bring an umbrella. There's going to be some cases where we have some level of confidence in what's going to come up next, and we can kind of plan for and adjust for it. So if we can kind of look at these type of trends and be able to see if some areas are going to be hit maybe more so, which a lot of times they are going to be hit more so than others, then the community can plan for it, or even at the county level, at the state government levels, or at county government levels, you can plan for it. You can see that certain areas are going to hit more, and you can kind of make better preparations. At least that's the idea and concept. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
I had a quick question. With your modeling, how does it include like different infrastructure that's currently built? Because unfortunately, in mostly marginalized communities, infrastructure is not as built and well developed and other white areas and everything. So how does your forecasting build into that and everything? Because depending on the weather anomaly, it may be something new that we didn't know about, the lack of infrastructure that was available.
Right. Thank you for that question. It actually touches on even what's going on with Texas, because a lot of the infrastructure wasn't built for the weather that they actually just recently experienced. So essentially what you can do, there's a couple ways to attack a problem from a modeling perspective. You can either attack it globally, so to speak, and apply it onto an entire collection of information, and then just assume that whatever you do, it's just going to be captured, and the model will essentially learn, so to speak, those different infrastructural differences. You might have to tell it, so you might have to get some more information, and this is going to come with generating the information, generating the data, because it's out there, it's available. It's just not all in one source. They're all in the individual silos. And so as you go through and trying to piece things together, you can get some of that information from an infrastructural standpoint. Average year that houses were built. You can look at we can even look at more or less whether some houses fall under certain type of state or county housing initiatives, such as the project, say, for example. There's some things that can be done to be looked at, to be added in into so to speak, some types of consolidated data source. So you can do it at the global level, so to speak, or you can go down to the individual state or county levels if need be. This type of way of handling forecasting has been done in a few different instances, at least within my experience. Of course, applied to something frivolous like jeans or jean jackets, but it's the same concept applies. You can break things down into different geographical locations, so that we can kind of get maybe something that's a little more accurate and tailored to the area of interest.
Awesome. And thank you to Edward, Oyalabis, and Victor's team for that. That was an awesome presentation. And as Edward pointed out, it's very timely given what has recently happened in Texas and what is now going on in Mississippi also. And so moving on to the next team, if there's anybody who feels strongly about going, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just probably go in the order of submissions. Okay, so I think I see Mustafa on the call. Mustafa, are you ready to present? Okay, I'm going to assume Mustafa is not ready to present right now. Marvin's team has presented. So Michelle, do you want to go? Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So we have Michelle's team up right now called NMJD. And feel free to
listen to me.
Yeah, feel free to share your screen and start presenting when you're ready.
Okay, this is an app that I've realized. It's called COVID Face app, and this app is a kind of dashboard that will permit essentially to view the last statistics of COVID-19 and how you can see the amount is infection. So it's from people living in Central Africa. So here you can see the number of infected people in global, and here you can see the number of recovered, and here you can see the number of deaths. Okay, so yeah. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Can you see now? Yes.
This is fantastic. Yeah.
This is up, and as I was saying, you can choose the statistic of all the countries in the world. So here you have the country figure. So you can choose the global statistic or choose a specific country. So here I will choose my home country. You can see down here we have a histogram which is showing the number of infected people in my country, the number of recovered, and the number of deaths. So I was not very prepared for this hackathon, so I didn't made a very good presentation. So that's all I could do. So I will stop right there.
Awesome. So thank you for sharing that. Also very timely given, we're in the middle of a pandemic. And it's awesome that you have multiple countries. So did any of the judges have any questions?
Yeah, I mean, I have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, where'd you pull your data from?
Yeah, I take I took it from an API. Down here you have the link. It's let me execute.
One thing that
Sorry,
we know.
my computer has a little bit. So I did use an API which is fetching data from this source. Okay, I think you can see here. That is
What was your motivation behind this?
that's I've noticed that in my country people are not so motivated about new technologies, and I I thought about a way to do something that could be benefit for them, something that will give them a real way to begin uh, with using technologies. So since uh, the world is in a critical phase, I just decided to create that dashboard so that people would see how benefit can be technology in these hard times. Okay. That is.
Okay, awesome. And we have like time for one more question if a judge has one. And if not, then this is awesome. And I think it's nice that you have like, the infections and like the deaths also, because not all visualizations have that, right? So, and like you said, it's something nice to do for people around the world, but also people in your country. Yeah. Okay, since we have no more questions, we will move to the next presentation. Thank you, Michelle. We really appreciate the submission.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. And so I believe we have Dr. Green on the call. If Dr. Green and his team called Blackathon 2021 Education would like to present, then feel free.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. So our team consisted of Tosin Akintibu, Georgiana Wright, Charles Campbell, and myself. And our focus was on education. So our original goal was to develop a curriculum that could be implemented for the next generation to learn about machine learning, artificial intelligence, and data science. And so through our discussion, we decided to name it a culturally responsive curriculum. So the goal is to design a culturally responsive curriculum for machine learning and artificial intelligence. So what our team did was we created a Slack channel, and we just opened it up to discussion. And we had a brainstorming event to see what a culturally responsive curriculum would look like. And so then we kind of designed the curriculum and then we created the presentation. So in our process of designing the curriculum, one of the topics that arose was critical race theory. And so the curriculum will have critical race theory as a methodology that will be implemented in all of the courses. And in our research on applying critical race theory to machine learning and artificial intelligence, we also came upon a lot of research on critical race theory and human-computer interaction. So for those of you, if you're not familiar with critical race theory is a concept that originated in the 1970s and 1980s that explored how to address racism in finance and economics from a historical background, as opposed to looking at it based on the actual race, to look at it based on the situation that has been caused through racism. And because there wasn't originally a lot of information on critical race theory as applied to STEM learning, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, a lot of recent research has also been in applying this critical race theory to computing and engineering. And that research is in critical race theory and human-computer interaction. So in our design of culturally responsive curriculum, we discussed how this critical race theory can be applied to each level of learning. And one of the other things that we discussed was that in the marketing of STEM, a lot of STEM resources have not been designed to be marketed to the African or African American population. So in developing STEM tools and STEM resources for targeting Africans and African Americans and Africans throughout the diaspora, we can address the problem of the problem once identified by critical race theory of the financial, economic, and political disparities, and introduce that into our curriculum, and that's how it's responsive. So in our research, we created a next generation education curriculum that focused on the core studies and preparations for careers in data science, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. And the existing research in this area addressed a lot of the ethical concerns in education, such as, for example, a lot of case studies showed that a lot of the political, geopolitical, and conflicts in the community, they have an effect on how people learn. So we use these studies as a basis for how we're going to develop a curriculum that could respond to these problems that students face. And we also want to address stereotypes in education. So being able to market resources for those in our communities, we can design more efficient tools that avoid stereotypes. So, for example, with engineering, a lot of students, their views of engineering are based on working in like the FANG companies like Facebook or Amazon, but that is based on the media. So if there's media that shows them that there's different avenues that people can take for these careers in STEM, then they're more likely to see different role models and be able to choose these careers. And we also reviewed how, like the recent health and economic crisis, they also exacerbated some of the inequities in engineering education. So a lot of this research is, there's a website that's called Cite Black Authors, and it has a lot of research written by Black researchers, and so that's where we obtained this information. So the next steps for us are to continue to complete the design of the culturally responsive curriculum to be promoted to schools and universities, and also develop a STEM toolkit that is designed for people of the African diaspora. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that talk, especially because I know there's a lot of, because actually one of our judges works in AI and CS education, and I've also done some CS education work also, and I definitely think that there's not enough talk about how we can make culturally relevant, and I mean, there's still not enough talk about culturally relevant computer science education in general, but definitely on the ML, AI, and data science side. Do our judges have any questions?
Yes, I had a question.
Sure.
Thank you for presenting your work and everything. With the curriculum that you have, there's a lot of ethical concerns because it's steeped in white, cis, patriarchal ideologies. What in the curriculum, instead of trying to, what other curriculums are you going to bring in to combat that type of positioning, to empowerment for other Black and minoritized populations to see themselves in the ethical curriculum? Like what frameworks and theories were you thinking about incorporating?
That's a very good question. So we discussed in discussing this curriculum-based theory, we also discussed like a holistic approach to teaching like technology, which would include like the history of African science and history of not only just technology itself, but the actual like tools and different fields of science from a holistic point of view, as opposed to what's being taught today. So taking in different factors, but trying to look at it more from a traditional holistic point of view as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. And we have time for one more question, if anybody had one. Otherwise, we will move to our last presentation.
I didn't necessarily have a question, but I did have a comment just to kind of just to show like how important that type of work is, because myself and doing like certain after school activities, kind of like you saw like my mentor on like a talk that we had yesterday. It was like an organization that had like put together a bunch of different programs so that way African American children can learn how to develop apps and things like that. But from them coming from that perspective, it was a whole lot easier for myself and my fellow peers to actually understand the information and to really take off. So I just wanted to make a comment and say, like, I feel like this is really, really like crucial and something that, like, you know, is really good to kind of like push.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. No, so yeah, everybody, I love this project too. Again, it's very important to our community. So I'm very glad that Dr. Green and his team presented this project because the world definitely needs it. And so now I will present our last team called For the Visually Impaired. So the team has Nuruddin, Mustafa, Abdul Wasiu, and Maya. So I know Nuruddin said he will be presenting, so I'm excited. Feel free to share your screen if you need to, Nuruddin. I think Nuruddin fell off the call. Okay, he's back. Oh, awesome. Yay. Okay, he's here. So yeah, whenever you're ready, just feel free to present your screen, Nuruddin. Also, you're on mute. Okay, there we go.
Okay, now. Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. I am Nuruddin. I'm going to present my team's work, which includes Mustafa, Abdul Wasir, and Maya. So our work is an assistive technology for the visually impaired. So let me start from the problem statement. Okay. Yeah. So, as you know, currency is used almost everywhere to facilitate business. And most developing countries in the world, especially African countries, most African countries use tangible note predominantly to make to facilitate their business. So, and also a recent WHO report shows that there are around 285 million visually impaired people, of whom 39 million are vision loss. And most business transactions, as I have been explaining earlier, most business transactions are done using a tangible note in most developing countries. So it's very difficult for the visually impaired people, for those 285 million people, to engage on the business market. So my screen is not being shared. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so continue. So those 285 million people are being excluded from the business market because they cannot see the currency they are holding in hand. So the previous workers, so we have been researching on this work, so on how the AI technology, how it can help the visually impaired people. So we have been researching on this area, and most researchers focus on counterfeit detection. So they do not only intend to help the visually impaired people, they intend to help the whole community by trying to identify which one is original or which one is fake. So there haven't been workers that provide a solution to the visually impaired people, especially in most African countries on the financial sector. So what we proposed, our proposed solution is our proposed solution is to to develop an Android and iOS compatible mobile application that recognizes the banknotes of different countries. So the Android and iOS compatible application will have a voice integrated with it, and so that the application provides a sound when it is opened and tells you the currency that you are holding in hand. So currently we have developed an application for the visually impaired people in Ethiopia. So Ethiopia is believed to be one of the highest, the countries with the highest rates of blindness. There are around 1.7 million visually. There are around 4 million visually impaired people. Of those, 1.7 million are complete vision loss. So we developed an application so that the visually impaired people can use this application so that they can be engaged on the financial market. So they can use the application in a bus station, in supermarkets, even at any shopping centers, even in everywhere. So the application is currently developed for the newly released Ethiopian banknote. So if you have I don't know if you have the knowledge, but Ethiopia have recently changed its currency changed its currency. So we developed an application that recognizes this currency. So the methodology that we used is an AI and computer vision powered application. So we used a convolutional neural network, which is a powerful in image recognition, and TensorFlow right to support mobile application. So we used a total data set of 2060 images for developing and testing, including the unknown class. So the application has also an unknown class. So when you show the application any kind of objects without the currency, without the Ethiopian currency, it tells you this is not a currency to be recognized. So we used 70% for training and 30% for validation. So the model achieved 98.9% accuracy, which is a very interesting result to see. So the conclusion is currently we are working with the Ethiopian National Association of the Blind to test the usability of the application. So there is a community of visually impaired people. So we are working with them. We gave them the application so that we can see how the visually impaired people can use this application. When you say visually impaired people, it doesn't only mean total vision loss, but also people who have a visual impairment because of their aging or different kind of reasons. So, and also we believe the widespread adoption of this methodology will greatly enhance the ability of the visually impaired people to transact business independently. So if they have an application they hold in hand in their Android or iOS mobile phones, so that they can go anywhere and they can use the application to exchange in the market. So for future workers, we are working to integrate more languages of Ethiopia to the application and reach more people. Currently, the application is developed in the working language of Ethiopia, which is Amharic, but we are working to develop this application on different languages of Ethiopia, and by integrating with my teammates, we are also planning to work on other African countries to reach more visually impaired people. So most African countries have a high rate of visual impairment. So we would love to expand this technology to reach more people and help them on their day-to-day activity. Support for more projects or tools that are routinely used by the visually impaired people. So we would also love to expand this project to other tools for helping the visually impaired people, as computer vision as computer vision's main aim is to provide support for visually impaired people. So this is a presentation. This looks our project. Thank you so much for your time. And also, again, I'm so sorry for the inconvenience. So if you have any questions, I would love to answer your questions. And yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that presentation. I love that it centers on like your home country of Ethiopia, and it's I don't know, it's a very cool idea. And like you said, it's to like help your community. And so do any of the judges have any questions?
I have a quick question.
Oh.
Okay.
I have a question. Thank you for the presentation, and especially talking about visually impairments, because we don't really talk about that all too much. With that being said, color blindness is a visual impairment. So how are you developing an app to account for the different colors that people can and cannot see?
Okay. So it's a very nice question. Color blindness is also a major issue in the visually impaired people's world. So currently we have our work focused on the currency as it is our first work. So we started by
Yeah.
Give him mic. Oh, he's back. Probably give it a couple moments for him to come back.
Yeah. So, oh, wait, he's coming back. Yeah, I know some people had some internet issues and whatnot.
Hi everyone. Sorry for the inconvenience again. It's a connection.
It's not an inconvenience at all. Yeah, it's not an inconvenience. If you want, if it's better for you, you can talk with your like camera off, because I know that kind of helps sometimes with like the internet speed and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But if you did,
Yeah,
Alicia
thank
did, or Nuruddin, if actually you remember the question you still want to answer, or do you want Alicia to repeat it?
Yeah, I think I get the question, but if I have a problem with that, feel free to.
I think he's gone again.
Yeah. Okay, so I think for the participants, I will relieve y'all and then just ask the organizers and judges to stay, just in case Nuruddin comes back and wants to talk about it.
I have a question if you guys want to ask on my behalf. Just like since this application is for the impaired, visually impaired, how are they gonna see like the application or what they're clicking on if they're visually impaired? Like, does it recognize voice and just stuff of that nature? Yeah, that's all.
We'll definitely be sure to ask him that if he's able to make it back.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, everybody, for presenting. You did a great job.
Yeah, it was really
Thank you.
excited
Thank
about
you all. It was really great. Learned a lot of things too.
Yeah.
All right, everyone in the audience, thank you for watching. We will be back at 3 o'clock for our talk with Dr. Syed Mustafa Ali, who will be talking about decolonializing computing. So we'll be right back.
McKay Beats. McKay Beats. MKI 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 Beats. McKay 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 Beats. 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 Mackay 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 Beats. McKay Beats. McKay Beats. McKay Beats. McKay Beats. MKI 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 Beats.
Awesome. Hey, everybody. Welcome to our closing keynote from Dr. Syed Mustafa Ali. We are so excited for the keynote. It is called Decolonizing Computing ? And so I will now introduce Dr. Ali and then hand it over to him to give his very insightful talk. Okay, so Dr. Syed Mustafa Ali is a lecturer and convener of the Critical Information Studies Research Group in the School of Computing and Communications at the Open University. His transdisciplinary research focuses on developing a hermeneutic framework grounded in Heideggerian phenomenology, critical race theory, and post-colonial and decolonial thought, and using this framework to explore how race, religion, politics, and ethics are entangled with various technological, more specifically ICT phenomena. In this connection, he has published work in the area of decolonial computing and algorithmic racism, interrogating trans and post-humanism, the discourse of big data, and internet governance. Everybody, please welcome Dr. Ali.
Thank you. So I guess I just need to share my screen, which I'll try to do now. And I just need to get on speaker view, I think. Okay, so let me begin by thanking the organizers of Blackathon 2021 for the kind invitation to present this closing keynote entitled Decolonizing Computing ? Intentionally ambiguous, I suggest the title of my talk provokes a cluster of questions. If the question mark is ignored, decolonizing computing arguably points to an activity, viz., subjecting computing to a process of decolonization. Beyond the question concerning the meaning of computing, something that has preoccupied me in the past, various other questions present themselves, including the following. What does it mean to decolonize computing? Who is carrying out this activity? Where is this activity being carried out? How is this activity being carried out? Why is this activity being carried out? And of course, we need to appreciate that these questions prompt a set of further complementary questions once we reframe them in normative terms, that is, in terms of should or ought. Beyond these questions, there is also the question as to whether this activity is underway, and if not, whether it should be underway. Of course, all of this presumes that such an activity can be carried out, an issue I shall return to later in the talk. Yet the activity of decolonizing computing presumes something else, something prior, viz., that computing is in some sense colonial. However, isn't it somewhat of a stretch to describe computing as colonial, especially since colonialism, as a phenomenon tied up with imperial structures of domination and settlement, is a thing of the past? How can computing be colonial if the age of empires is over and we live in a post-colonial world? In what follows, I will attempt to sketch something along the lines of a grand narrative for thinking about computing in relation to the decolonization project from a perspective informed by phenomenology, critical race theory, and decolonial thought. In order to motivate my argument, I need to begin by setting out the meaning of a few terms, viz., the world, colonialism, computing, and the relationship between them. I then go on to explain what is and what is not, or should not be, meant by decolonization and decoloniality, briefly set out the project of decolonial computing, and offer two different answers to the question, can computing be decolonized? I conclude with a brief pointer to other, more recent work beyond the immediate focus of this presentation. Let me turn now to set out the first of my terms, viz., the world. In this connection, one possible point of departure is the sociological and phenomenological account presented by Berger and Luckman in 1966, wherein a world is a socially constructed reality in which people find themselves and which they shape through various kinds of action, both individual and collective. On this view, world refers to the interrelated totality of things, both natural and artifactual, which in the contemporary so-called information era includes computing and ICT systems, network infrastructure, and various technical institutions and governing bodies responsible for their maintenance and regulation. However, it is important to appreciate that this way of thinking about world tends to obscure certain fundamental considerations relating to the site and operation of power and its role in bringing forth such a reality, that is, constituting the ontology or way of being of a world. In this connection, the concept of world proposed by philosopher and decolonial theorist Enrique Dussel in his Philosophy of Liberation from 1985 offers something in the way of a useful corrective. On his view, world is an instrumental totality of sense. It is not merely an external aggregate of things, of beings, but the totality of the beings that are meaningful to me. The world is thus the system of all systems that have humankind as their foundation. The everyday world, the obvious one that we live in each day, is a totality in time and space. Crucially, Dussel goes on to state that, as a temporal totality, the world is a retention of the past, a launching site for the fundamental undertakings projected into the future, and the stage on which we live out the present possibilities that depend on that future. As a spatial totality, the world always situates the I, the person, the subject, as its center. From this center, beings are organized spatially from the closest ones with the most meaning to the ones furthest away with the least meaning, peripheral beings. Dussel's conception of world and his framing of it in terms of a spatial temporal totality, or rather a geographical historical matrix, within which are embedded differentially situated subjects, viz., those at the center or core, and those at the margins or periphery, is useful insofar as it points to the existence of a historically shaped and futurally oriented background horizon against which both human beings and various humanly constructed things, objects, processes, events, etc., and artifactual systems need to be positioned in order to make sense of them. Insofar as worlds come into being through the actions of differently positioned actors exercising differential power, critical inquiry necessitates subjecting worlds to interrogation with a view to understanding the becoming or coming into being of their embedding systemic natures. In the contemporary context, I suggest that this requires us to excavate the origins of the modern world system and its political ontology, which I shall attempt to do, albeit briefly, from a perspective informed by critical race theory and decolonial thought. However, before moving on, it is important to note in passing the tendency to bracket consideration of the phenomenon of world making within computing in terms of the historical grounds of this process. Turning now to colonialism. According to seminal world systems theorist Immanuel Wallerstein, the history of the modern world system has been in large part a history of the expansion of European states and peoples into the rest of the world, commencing with the so-called Columbian voyages of discovery in 1492 of the Common Era, which resulted in the emergence of a capitalist world economy. In order to understand the nature of this expansionist project, two other terms require unpacking: colonization and colonialism. Colonization, from the Latin colere, to inhabit, refers to an ongoing process of control by which a central system of power dominates surrounding lands and their resources, people, animals, etc., through a process of settlement, that is, the establishment of a colony. Colonialism, by contrast, refers to the establishment, exploitation, maintenance, acquisition, and expansion of a colony in one territory by a political power from another territory. Crucially, it involves a set of unequal relationships between the colonial power and the colony, and between the colonists or colonizers and the indigenous population or colonized. We might summarize the difference by saying that colonization tends to refer to expansionist migration, for example, to settler colonies in America or Australia, the establishment of trading posts and plantations, etc., while colonialism covers this situation along with the ruling of the existing indigenous peoples of so-called new territories. In its modern form, colonization involved the spread of tens of millions of Europeans around the world, so much so that in many settled colonies, European settlers formed a large majority of the population. Such settlement involved both expropriation of land, labor, materials, and knowledges, and the genocide of indigenous peoples and enslavement of others, specifically people of African descent. The modern colonial project commenced with the voyages of the Spanish and Portuguese empires in the late 15th century, which were later augmented by other colonial imperial European ventures, French, Dutch, British, and Danish in the 17th century, and German and Belgian in the 18th century. According to post-colonial theorist Anya Lumba, by the 1930s, European colonies and ex-colonies covered 84.6% of the land surface of the globe. An important, arguably categorical difference between European colonialism and classical or pre-modern colonialism is that, according to Wallerstein, European colonialism brought forth a world system constituted by a European core and non-European periphery. The modern world of global capitalism, marked by an ensemble of socio-cultural norms, attitudes, and practices that can be traced to Renaissance and Enlightenment developments within Europe, and which culminated in a commitment to liberalism as the legitimizing political philosophy of dominant states within an emergent interstate system. Yet while liberalism might be the defining self-narrative of modernity, it must be reiterated that colonialism is its dark, obscured, occluded, constitutive underside. In short, there is no modernity without colonialism. Furthermore, and crucially, European colonialism, in contrast to earlier forms of colonialism, was a project with religious come racial foundations, insofar as there was a constitutive entanglement of colonialism with processes of racialization, that is, taxonomic exclusionary race construction, the latter functioning as a non-reductive organizing principle in the violent forging of the binary, hierarchical, world systemic structural opposition of what the late Stuart Hall referred to as the West and the rest during the longue durée of the 16th century and thereafter. Colonialism as a project of European political domination involving settlement formally ended with the national liberation and independence or decolonization movements of the 1960s. Yet the modernity which colonialism engendered persists, albeit transformed under the condition of postmodernity, which has meant the persistence of certain sedimented colonial ways of knowing and being, that is, colonial epistemology and ontology, based on systems of categorization, classification, and taxonomization, and the embedding of these in practices, artifacts, and technologies. It is these legacy systemic structuring logics, ontological, epistemological, cultural, political, economic, etc., what is referred to as coloniality, which persist in the contemporary post-colonial era, notwithstanding the formal end of colonialism, that I suggest need to be considered in relation to the question concerning whether computing is colonial. So much for the world and its entanglement with colonialism. What of computing? As to the nature, that is, essence or whatness of computing, my position continues to be at least partly informed by the phenomenological view advanced by computer and cognitive scientist Brian Cantwell Smith as set out in his work from 1996 on the origin of objects. And I quote, "Computation is not a distinct or autonomous subject matter, but is instead a complex practice involving the design, construction, maintenance, and use of intentional systems." By an intentional system, Cantwell Smith refers to a system characterized by a certain directedness, which, following the philosopher Martin Heidegger, he conceives in terms of instrumentality, that is, readiness to hand or toolness, and availability for use in the achievement of something. My focus on computing, rather than the arguably more abstract phenomenon of computation, is informed by the view that computing is a more encompassing phenomenon, and that it must be understood as fundamentally socio-technical in nature. If this understanding of computing is correct, it follows that any attempt at extracting a purely technical or computational component from its entangled assemblage with people should be viewed with a measure of suspicion. Furthermore, I suggest that computing should be seen as entangled with a cluster of historical processes, including cyberneticization, computerization, informationalization, digitalization, datafication, and algorithmization, and associated with the development and deployment of network digital computing and ICT phenomena such as mobile, wearable, social, cloud, embedded, that is ubiquitous and pervasive, smart and machine come deep learning technologies in increasingly convergent configuration. In this connection, I suggest that such convergence points to a datified and algorithmized intensification of the cybernetic turn of the 1950s rather than its displacement by something else, thereby indicating continuity through change. While recognizing that the history of computing, like other histories, is a contested terrain, and duly acknowledging the entanglement of history with geography and both with power, it is a fact that computers, programming, artificial intelligence, the internet, and ICTs all emerged in the West, primarily Britain and the United States, against the backdrop of inter-European military conflict, the Second World War, and post-war ideological conflict, the Cold War, both of which were relationally entangled with colonized populations along what W.E.B. Du Bois referred to as the global color line. As to the relationship between the world, colonialism, and computing, and with reference to the specifically racialized nature of European colonialism, I suggest that this relationship is usefully understood in terms of something like an algorithmic racism, a conceptual framework in which historical shifts in racialization processes are interpreted as programmatic. On this reading, computing should be seen as the latest iteration in the relational logic of algorithmic racism, a techno-scientific refinement for purposes of maintaining modern colonial world systemic hegemony under increasing contestation. Thus, I suggest that the histories and geographies of computing and colonialism are entangled insofar as the origins of computing are tied to European come Western imperial projects and militarized industrialized contexts whose legacy system effects persist in the contemporary post-colonial era. In this connection, consider, for example, resource extraction in the Congo, which has gone on for centuries and which continues to power the global north, commencing with the extraction of copper for computing systems during the Cold War, and more recently cobalt for lithium-ion batteries and coltan for mobile devices. tracking supply chains and the operating logics of racial capitalism affords us an insight into the coloniality of computing as resources, patterns of consumption, and the production of waste create circuits involving the core and periphery of the world system. In short, I want to suggest that computing, at least in its hegemonic or dominant form, is colonial in some sense because, as a modern phenomenon, it is founded upon and continues to embody aspects of colonialism, specifically the structural and facilitating logics of coloniality. Going further, I maintain that computing has become a, if not the, primary means by which the racialized colonial project has perpetuated itself in the post-colonial era. In this connection, and moving away from a focus on material infrastructure, let us turn to briefly consider some relatively recent examples of what is often referred to as algorithmic bias associated with technologies incorporating machine learning and/or artificial intelligence. Google's photo app, which resulted in Black people being classified and tagged as gorillas, a problem which apparently remains unfixed till today. Hewlett-Packard's face tracking software, which can track white faces, but not Black ones. Smart soap dispensers that will dispense soap to white hands, but not Black ones. The Zoom app, which was unable to recognize the head of a Black man as a head. The Grammarly app, which classified the text in a Black man's essay as angry because it was focused on Black food history. The ExamSoft face recognition technology, which requires a Black woman to shine bright, i.e. white light, into her face in order to prove that she is not cheating. Face recognition technology in the UK automated passport checker, which has a problem with the faces of dark-skinned Black females. And moving away specifically from anti-Black machine learning technologies. Google's photo app, again, which returns pornography when searching for Arab or Russian or Ethiopian girl in the Zionist settler colonial state of Israel. Gender switching in Google Translate as one translates to and from certain languages, here in this case, Turkish. And finally, Microsoft's Tay, an AI chatbot released via Twitter in 2016, which proceeded to generate racist, sexist, and anti-Semitic pro-genocide messages. And the list goes on, and on, and on. Examples such as these have led some commentators to argue that there is a blind spot in AI research, with others inviting us to consider AI's dark side, which has been framed as a white guy problem. One attempt at addressing such concerns has been to focus on issues of fairness, accountability, and transparency in machine learning, the so-called FAT or FACT ML arena. With diversity and inclusivity in both development teams and training data being suggested as the means by which to effect a solution to the problem of bias in AI systems. However, I and others have questioned the ultimate value of such approaches. For example, in the context of discussing facial recognition and face classification technology, Frank Pasquale has recently pointed to the problem of inclusiveness and diversity vis-a-vis the structurally oppressive surveillance and policing function of the former, that is, face recognition, and scientifically racist or phrenological or neo-phrenological nature of the latter, that is, face classification technologies, suggesting that what might be required is their ban rather than fix, irrespective of whether attempts are made at effecting the latter through technological or socio-technical means. Now, while the above examples were drawn from machine learning and AI, it is crucial to appreciate that coloniality is arguably operative within other areas of computing, including ubiquitous computing and robotics, human-computer interaction, ICT for development, and internet governance. But let me turn now to the matter of decolonization and the project of decoloniality. Perhaps the single most important thing to take away from this discussion in relation to decolonization is that, as Tuck and Yang rightly and forcefully argue, it is not a metaphor, and that any attempt to frame it in metaphorical terms should be subjected to critique on account of the actual, as opposed to merely possible, violence involved in such a move, vis-a-vis those who continue to endure the legacy systemic effects of the historical colonial project. While it is beyond the scope of this presentation to engage this issue, I suggest it looms large in the context of recent discussions of digital colonialism and data colonialism in both global North and global South contexts. Related to decolonization is decoloniality, which refers to a critical, that is, power relational orientation emerging in the colonies and ex-colonies of the world system. One way of thinking about decoloniality is as a transdisciplinary horizon which foregrounds race as the organizing principle in a system of entangled structural hierarchies, that is, asymmetric power relationships. Decolonial thought tends to focus on epistemological concerns, that is, the production of knowledge and who counts as a knower, although this should not be understood to preclude consideration of ontological concerns, specifically what it means to be human, who counts as human, and who gets to determine this, both historically and in the contemporary moment. Crucially, the decolonial orientation requires us to think about the geopolitics, or where, and body politics, or who, of knowledge production, and prioritizes the marginalized knowledge of those located at the margins, the borders, and the peripheries of the world system. Decoloniality is informed by two entangled commitments. The first being more epistemological in nature, the second more explicitly ethical, yet both further entangled with ontological and power relational concerns, viz. And one, an epistemological commitment to embrace the so-called decolonial turn, which involves delinking, that is, decentering of Eurocentrism, come Westcentrism or Northcentrism, as the preeminent site of knowledge production, and two, embrace of the decolonial option, which involves a preferential option toward those situated in the margins, peripheries of the modern colonial world system, with a view to effecting reparations or compensation, and thereby seeking redress for the legacy systemic effects of colonialism. According to media theorists Nick Couldry and Ulysses Mejias, decoloniality is, and I quote, not simply decolonization defined as the end of colonial occupation and administration, but a broader rethinking of relations to ongoing coloniality. I suggest that this characterization of decoloniality is useful in the context of engaging with computing along critical, that is, oppositional ethical political lines, insofar as it speaks to my own project of decolonial computing as concerned less with how to do computing in the periphery and more with disclosing what computing means in relation to the ongoing operation of colonial logics in the contemporary era. Let me now turn to the question concerning the decolonization of computing. Can computing be decolonized? In my view, there are basically two ways of thinking about this, one of which leads to the more optimistic answer, yes, in response to this question, the other to a somewhat more qualified and perhaps more pessimistic rejoinder, viz., yes, computing can be decolonized, but it won't be, at least not anytime soon. Let me begin by attempting to make the case for the more optimistic answer. Philosophically speaking, if computing stands in a historically contingent relationship to colonialism, then it is, at least in principle, possible to delink, that is, detach or disarticulate computing from its entanglement with coloniality, and work in the area of post-colonial and latterly decolonial computing seeks to effect such delinking. By decolonial computing, I refer to the interrogation of computing and related ICT phenomena from a perspective informed by critical race theory and decolonial thought, where the latter is held to foreground considerations of the aforementioned body politics and geopolitics of knowing and being. Decolonial computing turns about a preferential option for thinking through conceptual frameworks emerging from the periphery, margins, borders of the modern colonial world system, with a view to effecting compensatory reparational action vis-a-vis the legacy systemic effects of historical colonialism that persist in the post-colonial era. Researchers and practitioners adopting a decolonial computing perspective are required, at a minimum, to do the following. Firstly, consider their geopolitical and body political orientation when designing, building, researching, or theorizing about computing and ICT phenomena. And secondly, embrace the decolonial option as a political ethical stance, attempting to think through what it might mean to design and build and govern computing and ICT systems with and for those situated at the peripheries of the world system, informed by the ways of thinking and knowing located at such sites with a view to undermining the asymmetry of local global power relationships. Let me turn now to the more pessimistic position. In other words, computing can be decolonized, but it won't be, at least not anytime soon. In this connection, Paula Chakravarty and Mara Mills provide a useful point of departure when they ask the following question. If computing technology is the embodiment of rational calculation and a driver of 21st century capitalism, can it indeed be decolonized, overhauled, or appropriated for other ends? Is it possible? I want to suggest that even if the relationship between computing and coloniality is historically contingent, in its dominant or hegemonic contemporary form, computing does not merely carry the legacy systemic traces of colonialism, but is fundamentally driven by a relentless colonizing logic. In this connection, human-computer interaction theorists and practitioners, Paul Dorish and Scott Mainwaring, have argued that ubiquitous computing is characterized by a pervasive and expansionist colonial impulse. While endorsing this view, I suggest that this colonial impulse is far more deeply embedded in the broader expansionist thrust of computing associated with the transformation of the modern world through incessant computerization, latterly digitalization, and more recently datafication, and the rise of a purportedly global information society following the cybernetic turns of the 1950s that I alluded to earlier. And this is a view I would suggest is shared by a number of commentators. For example, concomitant with developments in network social computing has been the rise of what some commentators have referred to as surveillance capitalism and data colonialism, the extraction and datafication of human behavioral surplus generated through interaction with digital technologies for purposes of generating saleable prediction products, and perhaps more importantly, biopolitical governance. And we could broaden that to include necropolitical governance, building on the work of Achille Mbembe. While there are certain problems with the framing of data colonialism insofar as the latter tends to center capitalism while somewhat downplaying the intrinsic entanglement of the latter with racism and processes of racialization, I concur with these commentators that the colonizing imperative associated with data extraction will only be intensified through the rollout of the Internet of Things, which Russell and his other fellow authors in a 2018 piece, which I think appeared in Nature, maintain, envisages a global infrastructure in which physical objects are coupled with embedded, ubiquitous computing facilities and virtual representations within an electronic network, allowing for new forms of intelligent interaction between these objects. The physical world, increasingly populated and penetrated by smart objects, turns into an exponentially expanding address space for computerized networks. So much so that it is argued we have reached a planetary scale of computation. In this connection, I suggest that one useful way of thinking about the entanglement of extant surveillance data capitalism or data colonialism with the proposed development and rollout of the Internet of Things is in terms of a shift from boots on the ground to bits in the ground, or perhaps bits from the ground, settler colonialism as effected by digital proxy. While opposition to such digital and/or data colonialism is emerging in both the global north and global south, it tends to be framed in terms of national and grassroots calls for data ownership, localization, and sovereignty. Largely absent from such proposals are questions concerning the desirability of the relentless drive for datafication associated with digitalization, its entanglement with neoliberal developmentalism, the seductive and addictive power of digital technologies, and the sociopolitical and economic costs of withdrawing from them. This has led at least one commentator to suggest that there is a process of algorithmic infrastructuration underway, and that it just might be too late to reverse it. By way of conclusion, I should like to briefly engage with the issue of reversal and set out two different takes as to what should be done. One view, advocated by those subscribing to an abolitionist stance, is to attempt to roll back on such developments, to undo that which has been done. Grounded in the African come Black experience of transatlantic slavery and its legacy systemic afterlives, the abolitionist orientation towards the colonizing imperative of computing focuses on the pursuit of freedom from surveillance and carceral anti-Blackness as it manifests in a variety of technological assemblages associated with predictive policing, recidivism, differential access to healthcare, housing, schooling, etc. While acknowledging the importance of this orientation, which requires us to consider the persistence of the past in structural terms, I suggest the need to complement this with another, more presentist orientation, focusing on preventing that which is in the process of being done. Grounded in the historical precedent of the 19th century Luddite opposition to machinery harmful to the commonality, yet reorienting the commonality along decolonial lines, and with a fugitive commitment to keeping silent about that which cannot, should not be spoken about, that is made public. This position entails a commitment to intervention, including possible violent socio-material intervention, with a view to preventing the totalizing digital colonization of the life world. While some might argue that it is a case of either program or be programmed, which is the title of a book by the media commentator Douglas Rushkoff, and while I do not dispute the tactical importance, perhaps even necessity of embracing such a view, I suggest the need to consider a more radical strategic orientation, advocating for something akin to what I refer to in my recent writing as a fugitive decolonial Luddism, grounded in epistemic disobedience and aimed at dismantling the racial, capitalist, modern colonial world system in its late techno-scientific incarnation as facilitated by AI, machine learning, the IoT, and related technologies. And as to what constitutes the details of fugitive decolonialism, Luddism, watch this space. Thank you very much.
That was really amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Ali, for your wonderful talk. That was very informative.
Oh, awesome. Okay, wait, am I on? Okay, yes, my microphone is on. Okay, awesome. So we do have some questions from the audience that we wanted to ask following your talk. So one question is from Celeste. She asked, many social movements, rebellions for social justice have emerged through social media. Is decolonization possible in a society that operates so heavily online? And also a follow-up to that would be, or should we reject social platforms as a means to gain freedom?
Okay, well, thank you for that question. As I'm hoping that the kind of closing comments in my presentation to some extent have at least partially addressed that question. So my position is that as with most things, technologies are contested terrains. I don't subscribe to the view that technology is neutral. And I really continue to be inspired by, I guess, a historian of technology called Melvin Kranzberg, who articulated what are known as Kranzberg's laws of technology. Whether they're laws or not, it's debatable. But his first law is articulated something like this. Technology is neither good, nor bad, nor neutral. And the point there is that technologies as socio-technical assemblages bear the imprint of the social fabric in which they emerge. And that social fabric itself is not ex nihilo. It doesn't come from nothing. It has a history to it. And so I'm suggesting that there are various kind of sedimented legacy systemic structures which inform the social fabric in which technologies emerge. And that includes social media, whether we're talking Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or something like that. Now she's quite right to say that social media can be used for things like smart mobbing, crowdsourcing, et cetera, social media, social organizing through social media platforms. I concede that, but the question is, who developed these technologies? What is their prime operating modality? Who owns them? Who owns the data that's being generated on them? For what purposes is that data being used? I mean, I've suggested, drawing on the work of people like Shoshana Zuboff and Nick Couldry and Ulysses Mejias and a raft of other people, that there are surveillance, if not carceral, if not data colonial logics operative. And so I would suggest, at best, we could use these tactically, but strategically, I think we need to move beyond the confines of these technologies. That would be my take.
I think that's a very interesting perspective. And I like what you brought up about, like, on social media, one issue there, and that has happened with the Black Lives Matter movement this summer, and even NSARS in Nigeria, right, where the government is using it to surveil and local law enforcement is using it to surveil people who are on the ground and trying to use it as a means. And so I know definitely protesters in the Black Lives Matter movement kind of picked up on that. And so even posting posters like, oh, this is where we're going to meet up, became very contentious and very dangerous, actually, because it's like, do we post these? And like, how do we get the word out? So like trying to create like these underground networks, especially during COVID, right? So I definitely, like that point you brought up about the whole surveillance aspect, because I think that's definitely like a part of coloniality, is that all of the movements that have been, coming out of, like, especially I guess the African diaspora, have been, definitely surveilled and tried to be suppressed. But yeah, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I just wanted to riff off something that you mentioned, because as you mentioned, the kind of like underground railroad. I mean, or going underground. I'm thinking Harriet Tubman. I'm thinking railroads as infrastructure, and I'm thinking about doing infrastructure otherwise, doing it differently for fugitive purposes, to avoid carceral logics, to avoid containment, to avoid surveillance. So it might be, and as I said, I believe in a fugitive orientation, which is also about let's stop talking publicly on these platforms. Need to know, maybe we'll get the ideas out there, but we don't need to give details. But the idea of something like the equivalent of an underground railroad, you need an underground tech infrastructure to be able to do this kind of work. I would suggest that's the way to go with this.
Yeah, I think. Wait, go ahead, Dave.
Oh, I had a question kind of basing off that, because when I think of technology that is, like you said, underground and just a different infrastructure than what we currently have, I think of a decentralized, right? Because we were talking about decolonialized, so I think of a decentralized technologies. So what do you think about, applying blockchain and decentralized technologies to essentially accomplish this goal of what you're talking about when it comes to decolonialization?
Here's where I put up my hands and just plead ignorance. I don't know enough about blockchain to know whether or not that is the right way to go. I mean, I know people are looking at things like blockchain as because of the encryption issue.
Yeah.
It might be a way to kind of evade various forms of kind of surveillance and carceral practice, and particularly hegemonic or dominant practice. But as to whether that is the right way to go technologically, I'm inclined to think that the idea that one should be embracing contemporary or emerging technologies as possibly the way to go, I'm suggesting that it might be useful to think about almost going retro, kind of like going backwards and rediscovering technologies which have been discarded as waste, as of no value, and actually finding ways to re-weaponize them to do the kind of, well, for me, fugitive decolonial Luddite work. Because let's remember the Luddites, and here I just want to take 10 seconds of time, if I may, just to kind of set the record straight about the Luddites. So the Luddites are not anti-technology. The Luddites are about opposition to machinery that is harmful to the commonality. How could they be anti-technology when they were weavers? I mean, they were using weaving looms. And weaving looms, okay, they weren't mechanized weaving looms, but that's a form of technological apparatus. What they were attempting to resist is what some commentators refer to as the kind of, if you like, socio-technical organization that attempts to almost in a kind of like a vortex fashion, suck everything into it and reassign and reorder people's position within that social fabric. So this was a kind of socio-technical intervention they were attempting. And if anything comes out of this evening's presentation, if people could, maybe consider to kind of go away and research about just Luddism and rediscover that history, because it's a fascinating history, but it's a very, it's not just a Eurocentric history, it's a very UK-centric history. And what I want to do is say, okay, well, that was affecting weavers in the 19th century with the rise of the Industrial Revolution. But there's no Industrial Revolution without transatlantic slavery, without enslaved African bodies, without the genocide in the Americas, without the extraction of resources from the Americas and the Caribbean, etc. So we need to complicate the picture of the Industrial Revolution. I mean, the late Eric Williams, in his landmark text "Capitalism and Slavery," I think first president of Jamaica, if I understand, or Trinidad, if I have my my geography and history correct, writes this seminal work, which has been hotly contested ever since its publication by white historians who just understandably feeling fragile and maybe backlashing somewhat against the position that he's arguing, which is capitalism and the Industrial Revolution and the enslavement of Black people are all entangled. And I mean, I think increasingly with people engaging with the discourse of racial capitalism, and that's one way of framing it, that this is going to affect at least part of the necessary discursive pushback to enable us to ask these kind of questions about what might it mean to do Luddism in the periphery, among the wretched of the earth. What might that mean? And what might it mean to do a Luddism in the periphery that's underground?
Okay, I love that. And I do want to, okay, so I want to briefly go back to, I really like a point you made earlier that I wanted to say about Twitter potentially being carceral, I think that's such a good way to put it, because if you do have the carceral state weaponizing Twitter, at that point it does become carceral. And that's why carcerality just ends up being this very big thing, because everything is carcerality, right? It's like especially like according to like the writings of like Foucault and like some new writers coming out, right? But I also like what you said about potentially resisting the idea that emerging technologies could be forms of resistance, right? Because I mean, there is some good stuff coming out about using blockchain for privacy. I think I know that Sandy works on that in the media lab and stuff like that. So there is stuff, like Dave said, coming out about like using blockchain for privacy. But then even then, I think that the infrastructure that even got blockchain to that point, right, is based on a coloniality, and so that still needs to be interrogated. So I really do like love these questions and these conversations. And did anybody else have anything to say before I like ask the next person's question?
If I could, I just want to add one thing about this, because let's remember that the blockchain is a soft technology. Yeah, so it piggybacks or sits on hard technology, technological infrastructure, and I'm talking cables, I'm talking routers, switches, the materiality of computing. And you know, there's I kind of I think an STS, so science technology and science technology studies theorist and historian Nathan Ensmenger. He's done some fantastic work constantly pointing us to the fact that, look, we're dealing with infrastructure which is fundamentally material, and not just in the fact that it has material implications in terms of, you know, climate change, ecological fallout, you know, calling into question the whole so-called phenomenon of green computing, et cetera, as a non-starter. I mean, you think about server farms and the amount of water that's used to, you know, keep the processes cool there, et cetera, but the thing that kind of worries me when we look to soft solutions, particularly emerging soft solutions, is the fact that the physical infrastructure, we don't own it, we don't control it, it can be switched off. So it can be, I don't want to say blacked out, it can be whited out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's why, I mean, there's a really good book by two co-authors, Jack Goldsmith and Timothy Wu, I think, called Who Controls the Internet? And it just gets into the issue of the kind of the history and the geography, but also the materiality of the fact, you know, the internet isn't the thing that just kind of floats around that we're using now to talk. And, you know, isn't it great that there are web pages and links and the rest? No, there is actually a physical infrastructure. You know, and so this kind of Platonic mythology that somehow the web and all this soft apparatus that we might want to create in it, whether it's the cloud, and clouds tend to be white and they tend to kind of drift away, and they could drift away and take us with them. You know, maybe that's a new form of, dare I say, enslavement ship. The cloud itself, it just takes people away to different spaces, different places, to do different work. So I really want to get us to think about the socio-materiality of computing and the issues of ownership and control, and also think about the possibility of rolling back to, as I said, waste, discarded, out-of-date technologies.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And also, yeah, I was going to say that if people are interested in the idea of who controls what, digital colonialism is also a good thing to look into, because it specifically also is a theory that kind of discusses like that, like kind of that centralization that Dr. Ali is talking about. It also, I do want to say, like on the point of the Luddites earlier, is a point that I wanted to make, was the very, like the idea of like, well, technology, like you said, is not of the commons. And it's just like, and like thinking about that and thinking about how that in and of itself is like decolonial thinking almost, like if it's not, you know, for the people, and if it's not for the commons, and it's like, and like kind of like getting away from like that individualism too, because it, like, again, if it's not for the people, then who is it for, right? It's for like the like rulers, I guess. But yeah, Dave, what were you gonna add?
Yeah, so what I was going to ask was kind of like to respond to Dr. Ali's comment about soft solutions not fixing the hard problems with the actual hardware. With that being said, what do you think are the implications of decolonial computing on the classical computer architecture that we have, right? Like everything we have now is built on von Neumann, right? And even when it comes to the supply chain, what does that look like in terms of a decolonial hardware development supply chain and decolonial computer architecture?
Wow. Well, okay. So first of all, John von Neumann was not a nice guy. I mean, that's the most important thing to know, that if you just do a little bit of excavation of this guy's biography, he's actually a pretty nasty guy. Um, in terms of his architecture, I mean, this is what I refer to as part of the sedimentation. I mean, it's become diffuse. You know, a decision was made at a particular time. That was the architecture that was, you know, in the historical moment of a configuration of kind of social, material, technical, and other forces. And that is the one that has become sedimented over time and rolled out across computing technologies. Um, okay, so I mean, there are different takes on decolonial computing. I mean, you know, I have my own take, but my take tends to be more about trying to do critical work to try to understand the persistence of coloniality in the contemporary so-called post-colonial era. I am less convinced, and you know, maybe this kind of flies in the face of most of what has been discussed at Blackathon, and maybe you know, the position that you hold yourselves. But I am increasingly concerned about um, discourses which are either technophilic, i.e., pro-tech, or um, that want to kind of do computing otherwise. And the reason I say this is because computing still remains centered in all of this. So irrespective of whether you're doing mainstream, hegemonic, von Neumann type computing, or whether you're saying, well, okay, let's look at computing in Brazil, or in the Congo, or in Pakistan, or wherever, you're still talking about doing computing. And how much change is actually going to happen? I mean, okay, even if you come up with a new architecture, so you move away from the kind of more centralized von Neumann architecture, or maybe you want to embrace some kind of quantum computing, or kind of biological, you're still centering computing. And what I'm increasingly finding myself thinking about is the tendency to center computing. Now, what I mean by this is I'm not suggesting that computing should be off the menu. It's not going to be off the menu. Even if I wanted it off the menu, it's not going to be off the menu for the foreseeable. But is it possible for us to imagine a world where computing is not centered, even if it's done otherwise than in its dominant form today? What if it's decentered, and so much so that it almost becomes just part of the periphery? And I don't mean the ambient periphery, because it's so diffuse, it's everywhere, it's so pervasive. I don't mean that. I mean that it becomes less important to us. I mean, you know, when I say this, sometimes people say, oh, well, this sounds very kind of retrograde. And you're not one of those people who wants to take us back to this idyllic rural lifestyle, which is a construction that actually romantic Europeans envision to feel good about themselves after the kind of ravages of colonialism and anti-blackness, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is that there are real ecological costs, and there are real human costs to the computing project. I mean, I don't need to tell you people this. I don't need to tell you people this. I mean, you know, the data that's coming out of, you know, places like the Congo, and, you know, the use of certain parts of the world as waste processing sites for discarded. And when we say digital waste, again, we're back into this Platonic realm. But we're talking about tangible physical devices containing highly toxic materials that just can't be sort of like, you know, kind of lift the earth up and kind of sweep it under the earth and shut it down. There are repercussions. So I know this might fly in the face of thinking about, well, you know, we want to think about a black computing, we want to think about decolonial computing, we want to think about an indigenous computing, we might want to think about an Islamic computing, whatever that means. And I'm not suggesting that computing should be off the menu. I'm suggesting that maybe we have to entertain some of these even more, for me, even more radical positions. Say, let's pull back from this, and not just ourselves and let them continue to pull ahead. But I hope you detected from my kind of closing words that we just might need to do intervention work to stop them from doing what they're doing.
Yeah, and on that note, actually, like, your talk does kind of actually, okay, so I would actually, like, on a side note, love to have you in conversation with our speaker from, like, Friday, Dr. Ron Eglash, because I think there would be a very nice conversation there. But okay, so we have a lot of questions from the chat, so I'm gonna focus on the chat because I think this is, yeah. So since the political economy of computing is built on the backs of people from the African diaspora and the world is presently racially capitalist, what would decolonizing computing even look like, right?
Okay.
Oh, and
Well,
also follow up and add on, because I think there's only 200 characters here, is that considering that everything from production to deployment is rooted in coloniality.
this is, I mean, this is the kind of question I would want to ask somebody if they were, you know, they were trying to make a push for computing or doing computing otherwise. This would be my question. So, kind of difficult for me to answer my own question, but let me try. So, I don't know if this partially answers this question, what we were discussing earlier when I was talking about, you know, the idea of trying to imagine futures where computing is not centered. It's not just that computing is done differently, but computing is no longer centered, and even moving to a stage where it starts to shrink in terms of its importance. Because I can see this, you know, whether we're talking about, you know, the assembly of phones and computing devices in China, whether we're talking about resource extraction in the African continent, whether we're talking about what made those processes as racial capitalist colonial processes possible in the first place, which are the so-called Columbian voyages of discovery, genocide, conquest, expropriation, extraction, etc. Hey, we live in a colonial world. What does decolonial computing look like? Well, one way of thinking about decolonial computing is to ramp up the critique of computing itself. As I said, there are other people who do decolonial computing very differently from the way I envisage it. And we have to accept those differences. For me, I am not particularly interested in saying, okay, how would it be if we created a server farm in Nigeria? You know, how would that server farm be done differently? Well, I mean, do we want a server farm in Nigeria? Well, they have a server farm. Why shouldn't we have a server farm? Well, maybe no one should have a server farm. I mean, maybe that is the way to think about this. And then maybe, you know, I mean, and I'm always inspired, and, you know, here you have to indulge me, you know, that scene from Terminator 2, when Miles Bennett Dyson, the black genius who creates the chip based on the chip that came from the future anyway, it kind of clicks that, okay, this is going to lead to Judgment Day. That's not good. He turns Luddite. And along with Sarah Connor and Arnie, the Terminator, they go in, and what do? They smash up the machines. They destroy Cyberdyne. And there's this scene where Arnie picks up an axe and starts smashing a machine. That is a Luddite image coded in a movie that I think came out in 91, 92. Okay, it's a movie, fine. But what is it saying? You know, I mean, we can think about the contemporary moment where people are engaging in projects like, you know, quantum computing, neural computing, biologically inspired computing. And these are all interesting developments, but what's the telos? What's the orientation? What's the goal? What's this fundamentally about? What is it for? I don't know if that answers the question, but I am a Luddite of sorts. So
I agree that it is very hard to even answer that question, and that's why I think we always like put that question out there. And I agree with you that we can't even answer that question unless we consider it from all sides. And like you said, I think that I definitely agree with the fact that some people want to think about it as in, like you said, like computing absolutely should exist, right? And not thinking about like, what if we just took it away, or just thinking about the alternatives. And so I think people end up like almost in a way getting into this cycle of like almost engaging with and like legitimizing colonialism and like a neocolonialism, and like in a way, in like almost racial capitalism, because like they fail to, in a lot of times when they legitimize it, to discuss how literally these technologies are built on the literal backs of like African people, like you pointed out in the Congo, and like the dumping of digital waste and stuff like that. So I think that's a very good point. And I also want to go to this question of okay, well, I'm going to tell you some of the comments in the YouTube just for your like just so you can hear some of the nice things people said. Somebody said the point about interrogating technologies of the past as they emerged on the backs of African slave labor and colonialism is especially interesting. It's often forgotten. That's often forgotten from the Industrial Revolution, or excuse me, it's often forgotten that the Industrial Revolution emerged as the result of white supremacist infrastructures. Lovely. And so somebody else asked kind of, okay, so they made a statement that I'm going to say, and I feel like okay, let me see, is this something? Okay, so I'm going to just say the statement just so like you're just aware of this argument, because I know like as a philosopher, you probably care about like oppositional arguments, but they also asked a question that I'm going to say after this statement. So they said, Nomad Plateau said, also the soft-hard distinction is blurred. Cables and routers are useless to distribute data without software. And then they also asked, rather than using retro underground tech, is there also a potential for hacking current tech? Building alternative material infrastructure takes a lot of effort and capital.
Hey, all power to the hackathons in the Blackathon. No issue there. I mean, for me,
Yeah.
you know, hacking, informed dissent, informed refusal, you know, the kind of drive to abolish data collection, all of these kind of interventions, I support them. But the question is, I see these as tactical moves situated within a broader strategy, and that strategy as being informed by my particular reading, which is about decentering computing itself and considering increasingly the materiality of computing. Now, the point about, yeah, you know, the cables and the routers and the rest of it, you know, they can't do any work without the software. Absolutely. I hope I wasn't suggesting otherwise. My point was that I'm trying to draw attention to the socio-materiality, not just the materiality, the socio-materiality of these technologies. Because we could talk about the soft and we could talk about the hard, but we also have to talk about the hard in relation to the social, the hard technical, the hard material in relation to the social. So absolutely, entanglement of soft and hard, absolutely, no issues there. And yeah.
Dr. Ali, I do also have to say this is like our most popular talk. Like our viewers just keep rising. And so I'm really excited about that. So somebody asked, and I think this is like, well, somebody said something after that, and I'll say what they said after that. It was it's cool. But okay, so Celeste asked, on returning to underground tech, what happens to accessibility? How can we ensure that people with disabilities are heard, seen, and able to use older or wasted technologies that perhaps did not properly serve them, or excuse me, perhaps did not properly serve them in the past? Celeste, I love that question because like there's a whole branch of computing that focuses on making like tech more accessible, because they're often like disabled people are usually an afterthought, right? Or differently able people. And yeah, so what are your thoughts on that, Dr. Ali?
Okay, just quickly. So I think that's a really important question, and I really respect that line of intervention. Accessibility and the non-marginalization of another specific group of people who have been historically marginalized through technology. Absolutely. So I guess there's a tension here between rolling back for strategic purposes to, if you like, avoid maybe surveillance carceral functionality, but at the same time putting that in tension with precisely those concerns. Now, it might be that one can roll back to certain technologies which, with a certain amount of blackathonic hacking, you can tweak to make them accessible. And maybe that's a line of, you know, kind of exploration to be entertained. I don't think it is necessarily the case that that which has come earlier has necessarily always been incapable of servicing those communities, such as people with disabilities who have historically been marginalized. I suggest that we just need to think better and do better. At least we can try it out. If it doesn't work, then we don't go there. But part of the, at least, you know, as I have these kind of colleagues, discussions with colleagues at my institution and elsewhere, you know, the decolonial isn't one thing. Or we might call it the decolonial, capital T, definite article. But, you know, it's located, it's situated, it's embodied differently in different places. And so different communities have to do their thing differently. And hey, more power to them.
Like you said, just like moving away from the colonial thought of like just universalism, right? I really like that. And so I'm going to ask one last question from the audience, and then I will turn it over to my other co-founders and organizers if they want to ask a question. But the last question, let me make sure this is the last question. Okay, then you have a compliment. Okay, I'm going to give you the compliment afterwards. But so one of the questions is, what is the role of Western big tech companies in the perpetuation of colonized computing, right? And what needs to happen with respect to these companies if decolonization were possible? Emphasis on it, because that's, yeah, put emphasis on it. And I guess I would like to also like maybe add to that I know there's like talk about breaking up big tech, and I don't know, I'm wondering like if, sometimes I wonder like, is that sufficient and things like that. So I want to know what your thoughts are on just like Western big tech companies' role in this sort of like digital colonialism.
Yeah, it's another really good question. I mean, I know there are these kind of like using kind of antitrust and various other kind of legislation and precedents. The idea of like breaking these almost near monopolies up, fragmenting them. That's a way to kind of block the centralizing power. I am somewhat unpersuaded by that argument. I mean, I think that might be necessary. I certainly don't think it's sufficient. Yeah, because if we're thinking about white supremacy not as some kind of, you know, well, it's the Freemasons or the Illuminati or the Bilderbergers or whoever, you know, this group of three white people in a closet somewhere on Mars, yeah, and it's always on Mars. Then if white supremacy is much more diffuse, then presumably we can think about white supremacy as a kind of more diffuse network of smaller scale actors which are still collaborating, still cooperating to do the kind of carceral, colonial containment and domination work that historically we have seen over the past, say, 10, 15 years with the emergence of, you know, Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft. And that's just in the US context and globally. You got to factor in China, you got to factor in what's going on in India and various other actors. So, I mean, yeah, break the companies up, but don't think that that's endgame. That's just the start.
No, I agree. I think that's like good insight. And so I also am just going to ask if like any of like my co-organizers wanted to ask a question. And if not, I was going to just read the last compliments from the crowd.
I wanted to. Oh, no, I was going to give a compliment myself, because not only have I been just soaking in all types of different information from not only your talk, but just this conversation. This is exactly like, you know, in terms of like Blackathon and just the mission to try to like push this type of conversation forward and bring these things to light. This is exactly, you know, the type of conversation that we need to be having and everything. So I just want to give you that compliment and like bringing that to light.
Exactly. We really do appreciate your talk. And I know, okay, so before I say these compliments, when we emailed Dr. Ali, he said, by the way, this might not mesh with like your event. And we were like, no, like that's the point, is we're trying to like be kind of, like he says, like on the peripherals, or like as like Black feminism would say, like on the margins, and just say like, hey, like what can we do to kind of shake things up and just like resist like these forms of oppression that we face. And like obviously, like, you know, there's different types of Black people that might face different things. But I'm going to move on to some of the comments, and the last one is like a compliment. So Nomad Plateau said, Terminator 2 is a great example, though the Black computer genius dies. And then Alicia said, I appreciate your insight and in-depth knowledge, which is not superficial nor mystical, but really encompassing all of these social identities, how they are impacted by systems and structures of power. Awesome. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. We really appreciated having you. Thank you so much for coming and giving a talk. And like, yeah, we just really appreciate you. And we hope to have you back again because, yeah, this was like a lovely talk. Everybody enjoyed it, obviously. We've had so much engagement. And yeah, thank you, Dr. Ali.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you.
McKay Beats.
Hey guys, for those who didn't catch me, my audio was probably off, but yeah, catch us in about another 15 minutes while we set up the next call. Thank you everyone for watching, and in the meantime, if you could like and subscribe, that is the best way to support us for free. We'll be back in 15.
McKay Beats. McKay Beats. McKay Beats. McKay Beats. MKI 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 Beats. McKay 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 Beats.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the just closing ceremony of the Blackathon. We are about to announce our winners. We are so excited. Everybody came out and had like really great presentations. We hope you got to see that earlier. And if not, we will have something up soon so that you can see the amazing projects that our participants did. And yeah, and I'm going to hand it over to our lovely Dave.
Thank you, thank you. So we took a tally of all the judges' scorecards there, and essentially the teams were ranked, or not ranked, they were graded based on like 5 or 6 criteria. And so the criteria were impact, how impactful would your proposal be to the given population? 2 was presentation, how well did they present, and was it compelling? And did they clearly articulate the purpose of and impact of the project? 3 was learning. So we looked at like how well did they push themselves? Did they stretch themselves to learn new things, new technologies, or learn about a new problem? So that was another thing that the judges graded on. And last but not least, the judges graded on adherence to themes. So did what they create adhere to the themes that they were going for, whether it was social justice, disability, disabled people, and things of that nature. So without further ado, I am pleased to announce are honorable mention Edward, Victor, and Olayabi for their utility breakdown forecasting project. It was really great project, and they will be getting a award soon for their awesome work. For third place, we have Team Tribe and their amazing social media platform for educating the community. And so for their prize is $100 for the team. So good luck, good job, Team Tribe. For second place, we have Michelle, who presented some amazing work. He built a dashboard that showed COVID in his part of the Congo and different countries around Africa as well. So his demo of that was really amazing, and we thought, huh?
It was actually the whole world.
Oh yeah, the whole world actually. Yeah, he showed the dashboard and everything. So great job, Michelle. The second place prize is $250 directly to your team. So that was awesome. And now for the final first place prize, you want to do it, Leela?
The first place prize. Well, I was, I'm shy. I'll let you or Hamza do it.
Okay. I'll do it. So for the first place teams, we have allocated $500 for the first place team. Now, when we calculated the scores, there were 2 first place teams. And because of their impact and everything, all the work that they did, it was really almost impossible for us to break the tie between these two. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually award 2 first place winners. And that is the team 2020 Blackathon 2021 Education and Nuruddin and Mustafa's team, Currency for the Visually Impaired. So congratulations to those teams. You guys are both receiving $500 for that. So thank you so much for all the work that you've done for Blackathon, and we hope that you would take these award monies and use it to continue working on what you're working on, and think of it as like seed capital, right? To continue building and doing good for your community. So yeah.
And I would like to also highlight our sponsor who has been sponsoring us. I know you have seen his company's logo on the banner as you've been waiting and stuff like that, and also the awesome music, but also his banner. So remember to support our sponsor, A Black Gent, and go buy something from his shop. He is, I'll turn it over to A Black Gent if he wants to say anything about his brand.
Oh yeah, definitely. And even before even just talking about that and just us putting together Blackathon, like the whole goal of it was to bring about the conversations and actually building things using technology and the African diaspora and like putting that together. And the brand of Black Gent is also all about encouraging the positivity within the African diaspora and everything. And as a name, A Black Gent, the whole idea is also to definitely promote and, all the positivity and everything around Black men, because there's a whole lot of different negative stigmas and everything out there. And so we're definitely, ABG with the company, definitely like in terms of sponsoring and putting everything together, we love to like the fact that everything, came together the way it did and all the projects and everything that came about. Like we're definitely really excited to sponsor it and to just see everything that had came about. And so again, thank you all for participating and watching. And I definitely want to thank all the speakers as well for all the amazing conversations and everything that we did have. So that vision that we had, we were able to basically see it come to life. And it's just amazing to see that happen. And again, thank you. And with that, I'm gonna turn it back over to Leela.
Awesome. And we really appreciate his money, A Black Gent's money. And if you are a winner, please thank A Black Gent and tell your friends about the brand. And he's on our website. The brand is on our website under sponsors. So feel free to go check that out and point it to your friends and all over your social media and stuff like that. And so we are very excited. Dave, if you don't mind, I'll tell some people how they can support us. And so y'all can support us by subscribing to our YouTube. It's a way to support us financially for free, because once we get to 1,000 subscribers and a certain number of views, then we can start monetizing our YouTube, and we will consistently be putting out content throughout the year, not just during our hackathon season. And it would be great if y'all can support us. I know everybody has enjoyed the talks this weekend, and also like just the participants, and like what they've done is so amazing. And so we just want to keep being able to support our operations internally, but also like provide money for our participants. And we hope that we can just grow the financial apparatus that we have for our participants, and so that's something that we will continue to work on. So yeah, please feel free to support us with that. We have a mailing list on our website. We have blackathon.tech, Instagram, and yeah, am I missing anything?
That's it.
I think that's it.
Yeah, so yeah, support us. And we are just extremely excited and very grateful for all the people that came and viewed this weekend. We're extremely grateful for our participants who we could not have done this without, obviously, because it's a literal hackathon. We need participants to do projects. And so we really are so appreciative and humbled of the fact that people came and spent their weekend with us. Like, our participants really submitted projects, and these were just like the most amazing projects. And we gave them like a very like broad like idea of what they could do, and they came back and it was so structured, it was so beautifully done. And so we are just so grateful. We are so amazed, impressed, blown away. We are just in awe of like our participants and everything that they've brought to the table, and all the amazing things that they've done, and all the ideas that they have had and shared with us. And so yes, we're just very grateful.
Definitely.
Most definitely.
With that being said, guys, we look forward to continue to connecting with you guys. You can also follow me on LinkedIn, David Hill Jr. Just look me up on LinkedIn. I'll be there. Connect with me on YouTube, or not YouTube, but Instagram as well through Blackathon. And yeah, we look forward to continually serving you guys and putting out more content.
Awesome.
Thank you for watching.
MKI Beats. Mackay 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 Beats. McKay Beats. McKay.